Good morning.
Good morning, Kim. Let's go on and let see Mr. Gilmore's the first attorney. Is his, yes, that Justin Scared. Yeah.
Good morning, Judge.
Is that you, Sylvia?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine.
Morning, you're in County Court at Law 2. This is our status docket by Zoom. The first case that I'm calling, or cases, are 23-CR-91711-B and 91712-B, State of Texas versus Justin Roel Izquierdo. Mr. Gilmore?
Yes, Your Honor. The status of the felony case is it has been dismissed. The arresting officer on that case and on this case, the misdemeanor case, was indicted in Nueces County for aggravated or for sexual assault of a 16-year-old girl. And so they dismissed the case.
Okay.
Well, that's news to me. It's good to know. I'll confirm that.
All right. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Gilmore, is I'll give you a pretrial setting, and I'm going to anticipate that something will be filed prior to that pretrial setting.
In all likelihood.
And we'll set it pretty far out to give Mr. Sells plenty of time to get
Okay,
that
good.
done.
All right.
Let's see. How about October 3rd at 1:30?
I'm going to be in B County at 1:30 that day.
I mean, if it's filed earlier than that day, neither you nor your client will be required to be present. What about in the morning at 9 o'clock on that same day?
I'm going to be in your court.
Okay, perfect. October 3rd at 9 o'clock. for pretrial. And if anything is filed indicating that this case is not moving forward, then I won't require you or your client's appearance on that date.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Mr. Piscadero. You're free to log off. Have a good day. You as well, Mr. Gilmore. I think that's all you have, correct?
That is, Judge. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You as
Thank
well.
you, Mr. Sales.
Gilmore, we'll see you in court Wednesday, sir.
Okay,
Scott, Mr. Archibald is in the courtroom.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Good morning. You have Kenneth Terrell. Yeah, he's
Yes.
here. We're gonna let him in. The court is calling cause number 22-CR-90928, State of Texas versus Kenneth Allen Terrell.
And Your Honor, I can tell you that my client is present and I will relay all the information to him, but he has a hard time connecting to audio for some reason. He reported that to me last week. So,
Okay,
but he is here. So in this case, Your Honor, we've been waiting a while on some, I guess, retesting on some lab reports. At this point, we're asking that this be set on to a trial calendar. It's been almost 2 years that we've been waiting on these lab reports. Either they're coming or they're not. And at this point, we're ready to proceed. My client's over being on conditions.
okay, Mr. Sells?
Well, that's not going to change whether or not the lab can get to the retesting of results on a misdemeanor when someone's not in jail. I mean, they're going to try murders, they're going to do DNA, they're going to do all those types of things first. If the gentleman was in custody, then I could try to get it expedited. I understand the frustration, but we do have a legitimate reason for not being able to proceed forward. We simply don't have the evidence yet.
Your Honor, the evidence at this point indicates my client was not impaired, was not intoxicated, has nothing in his blood. So, I mean, the state can decide how they want to proceed, but that's what we have in front of us.
There's more than one way to be intoxicated, of course. We can do these word games all day long, but if there's no alcohol detected, and the officer thought there's probable cause for drugs, we have to wait on the results. That very well could clear his client. It could be exculpatory evidence.
All right, I am going to give you an in-person pretrial setting, October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
(23-CR-92588-B) State versus Kathleen Collette. There she is.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
And Your Honor, in Ms. Colette's case, it had been previously reported that her felony was rejected, but I have not been able to get any sort of, I guess, verification of that. When I spoke with Mr. Gardner earlier this morning, who checked the system, it is still in the intake process upstairs. So I guess we'd be asking for another status hearing on this particular case.
Mr. Sells, do you have any different information?
I do not. I just showed as unindicted.
All right. Felony status docket. The next one we have is November 15th at 8:30. Ms. Colette, your next appearance will be by Zoom as well on November 15th at 8:30.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Have a blessed weekend.
Joe
There's someone,
Hernandez.
I'm sorry.
Joe Hernandez from Mr. Archibald.
All right, on page 2 of the docket, Joe Daniel Hernandez 23-CR-92192-B.
And Your Honor, in this case, we have received blood results in this matter, and I just asked that this be set on to the trial calendar. I think we can probably get this resolved at a pretrial.
All right, pretrial October 17th at 9 o'clock.
And I'm sorry, was that Joe Daniel Hernandez?
Yes, page 2 of the docket, Mr. Sells.
I'm showing an unindicted possessed a controlled substance the same day.
For whatever reason, I'm sorry, I guess I don't have a record of that. If that's the case, if that's what we're waiting on, Judge, then I guess we need to have this reset. I'm sorry. Maybe I misread my notes on that one. Sorry.
No problem. All right. So instead of that pretrial setting, we'll put it on the felony status of November 15th at 8:30. Mr. Hernandez, your next setting will be by Zoom as well. It will be on February 15th at 8:30.
Okay,
Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off. Please be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Archibald.
all right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Mr. Archibald, is that a client of yours that you have standing there with you?
It is. It's Jeffrey Scott, Your Honor.
All right, on page 1 of the docket, 22-CR-89857 and 89638, State versus Jeffrey Tyler Scott.
And so, Your Honor, in this case, I'd be asking that we probably get another status hearing on this. I believe we're going to get his felony resolved, been offered a resolution, which is probably going to be about 30 to 45 days out for that. But I'm going to also talk to the state in this case and see if we can't just resolve them all kind of together. But at this point, just to keep it on track, we can get another felony status.
Okay, and he has another case, 23-S-23-3422-CR. Is that the felony?
Yes, ma'am, that's the felony.
Oh, okay.
That's when it's gonna be on 7/26.
It's
Oh,
set
okay.
for trial Monday, I believe.
Yeah, it's not going to go to trial on Monday, Judge. Our resolution is going to require continuance on that matter. Effectively, it's going to hopefully result in a dismissal of the felony matter with a payment of restitution. So.
Okay, and how long is that gonna take? I'm sorry.
I'm predicting, talking to my client, probably 30 to 45 days to come up with the money sort of thing. So, I mean, if you want to set this into an October date or something like that, we can do that, or that November date. And if we need to get it set before that in person, we can always do that.
And my October it's full, so I'll have to use that November date,
That's fine, Judge.
November 15th at 8:30. That will be felony status.
And if we need to get this in before you in person, we'll do that. We'll set that up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And on those cases, Mr. Archibald, if you and your client, you've got one more, but
Yeah.
if y'all will go upstairs and sign the reset.
Yeah, we'll get that done, Judge.
Okay.
Is that in the
And then-
collection department?
No, I believe they're in the clerk's office.
Okay, perfect.
I have it in the county clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have Joe Arredondo,
Yes.
24-CR-93511-B, State versus Joe Angel Arredondo. He should be coming in.
I saw
Yep,
him.
there he is.
And in this case, Judge, the felony has not been indicted yet. I believe he has a possession of controlled substance, and so waiting on that. So if we can have that November date again, that would be great.
All right, November 15th at 8:30. Mr. Arredondo, your next court date will be by Zoom as well, November 15th at 8:30. Please be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. Thank you, sir. You're free to log off this morning.
You may be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Chastain.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. You have Ryan Gonzalez.
Yes, Your Honor. I think he's in the waiting room.
He's joining us right now. That's 23-CR-92798-B, State versus Ryan Gonzalez.
Yes, I have two cases, Judge, but I'm out of town and I'm here with the paperwork on one. And so we have, let me just check my number here.
24-CR-93889-B.
Yeah, that's the one I don't have with me, but I have the 92798B.
Yes.
Both of those, I believe, are being resolved, Your Honor. Will be, I think, so I don't know if the court wants the details on that now, or we could just maybe set a plea date.
You have a date on the other case that's not on today's docket. You have a date of September 12th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, we'll have that resolved on or before that date, Judge.
Okay. So we will give this case that same date then.
That'd be great.
All right. So it'll be set. I'm gonna put pretrial. Of course, if you wish to resolve the case that day, no problem. September 12th at 9. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date will be in person in the San Patricio County Courthouse in the courtroom in the basement. That will be on September 12th at 9 o'clock. Please be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Chastain. Thank you, sir. You are free to log off. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Chastain.
I have one other matter, I believe. It may not be on this docket today with Alexandra Hutchinson. I know Mr. Palacios has a matter there, but I guess maybe I have a matter with Ms. Hutchinson that's not listed on your docket. Do you see two matters for her today or just the one?
Ms. Hutchinson has a pretrial date of August 9th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, August 9th.
May we be excused then?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye.
good weekend. Bye.
Two.
Thank you. All right. I have 23-CR-92532-B and 92533-B, State versus Mario Marino. Yes.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you this morning?
Good, Judge. Just in these monsoons here in Houston.
What is your announcement on these two cases?
Judge, we still have not received the blood from the state on this case.
Okay.
Otherwise, discovery's in.
Tabs are pending on the DWI.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Sales, do you have anything further to add to
Yes,
that?
there was a breath test, but the two results were more than 0.02 parts, so I got sent for analysis of the blood.
All right, so we're going to keep this on the Zoom docket. Our next Zoom setting is November 15th at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Moreno, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next setting in this court will be by Zoom as well. It will be on November 15th at 8:30. Please be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Garcia. Thank you, sir. You're free to log off.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sales.
Thank you, sir. Good day, sir.
And the last case, 23-CR-92425-B State versus Naomi Garza, has been reset for a plea on August 13th at 8:30. And that concludes our 8:30 docket. I will see everyone back here at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, County Court at Law 2 is back in session. This is our 9:30 Zoom docket. We have Mr. Bobby Garcia in the courtroom, and he has a client, Edward Salinas. We're gonna let Mr. Salinas in right now. Mr. Garcia,
Okay, he's present.
good morning.
Good morning.
Court is calling cause number 23-CR-91473-B and 23-CR-92366-B State versus Edward Salinas.
And we're present. We are present. Mr. Salinas should be in as well.
He is.
I need to speak to James about the status of the case. I think he has a DWLI and a DWI.
We're still awaiting the blood results.
Lab
Okay.
results. Right then. Then we are going to move this to our next felony status that we have available, which is November 15th.
Okay.
Do you like this 9:30 time, Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then I'm going to go on and set it at 9:30.
Okay. November 15th?
November 15th, we will send out setting
Okay.
notices, and I'm
All right.
just curious concerning the driving while license suspended or invalid. Is your client working on getting his either driver's license or occupational driver's license so that he is a legal driver?
Yeah, I believe, well, I'll talk to him about that. I didn't want to obviously work on that case without the other one, the higher charge, but I'll talk to him about it. I'm not sure, honestly, his status. He's on right now, but I'll talk to him about that, and we'll work on that. Hopefully he'll have something before the next hearing. He may even have his license at this point, but I'm not 100% positive because I've been
Okay.
focusing on the DWI. That's kind
No,
of been what I've been
I
worried about.
understand.
Yeah.
I just think that that's something he could work on while
Okay.
the DWI is pending, and then there's only one
Okay.
case to worry about. All
Sure.
right. So,
right.
Mr. Salinas, thank you for your appearance this morning, sir. Your next court date will be by Zoom as well on November 15th at 9:30.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. You both have a good
All
day
right.
and a good weekend.
Bye, James.
Bye, Bobby.
All right. Let's see.
I believe we have Ms. Trevino in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
I called Coretta, I emailed Coretta, and then I've also called Mr. Olivares as well. Coretta did not answer. Mr. Olivares should be logging on soon.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kim.
All right, Judge, I have Mr. Vino coming to the courtroom.
Thank you.
My client is trying to log in.
Oh. You're gonna have to come up here and stand right here. There you go.
Good morning, Ms. Trevino.
Judge.
All right, you have April Kotash Bailey.
Yes,
I'm going to put all of her cause numbers on the record. 23 CR 92504 B, 92505 B, 92506 B, 92507 B, 92508 B, 92509 B, 92510 B, 92511 B, State versus April Kotash Bailey. And for the record, oh, Miss Bailey is here.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
All right, Miss Trevino.
Judge, there's a 03 case also.
Oh, is there? What do you mean by 03?
92503.
Did I miss that one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 23 CR 92503 B. Thank you, Sylvia. All right, Ms. Trevino.
The results are still pending, Your Honor. I checked a couple of days ago, and they still aren't here. I even emailed the trooper, and I got no response, but Mr. Sills said that that's typically, they don't usually respond like that. And usually when they do, it's just that it is still pending. So we have nothing on her yet.
Okay. Mr. Sales.
Correct. That's correct.
All right, then. Ms. Trevino, we are going to set Ms. Kotash Bailey's cases then for our next felony status docket, which is November 15th. And is this 9:30 time okay with you, Ms. Trevino?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, November 15th at 9:30. Ms. Kotash Bailey, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date will be by Zoom as well on November 15th at 9:30. Please stay in contact with Ms. Trevino.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
And then Ms. Trevino, you have Rodolfo Lozano.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is 24 CR 93514 B. There isn't currently an active warrant for Mr. Lozano.
He's in prison, Your Honor. He was sentenced to 4 years. And I communicate through his father, and his father informed me last week that his son wants to plead guilty and get this over with because he's going to be gone for 4 years.
Okay, so we can get the Mr. Sells can work on getting the paperwork for a plea in absentia and
Before
get
that,
that to them.
yes, Your Honor, we will get the plea paperwork and forward it to Ms. Trevino.
Okay,
And then how would I do that if he's down the valley, Your Honor? If he's in prison, would I have to go over there, mail them, or how does that work? I've never done one.
well, you could go see him. I think you could also mail him the paperwork. They do have notaries there. I don't know if you would. Go ahead, Mr. Sells.
We generally do mail it to the gentlemen or ladies incarcerated, but we cannot do it if they have an attorney. So therefore, we would forward it to her, and if she can forward it to them, like Your Honor said, they can notarize it there. And when Mr. Trevino receives it back, then we'll sign off on it and file it with the court.
Right. So you could mail it to him, Ms. Trevino. And then I don't know if you're allowed to have any phone calls with him if he had any questions about anything in the paperwork. But I would assume it would be pretty straightforward.
Yes, Your Honor, I will take care of it.
Okay.
May I,
Um,
that's my last case.
yes, I am going to put this on that November 15th docket, just so, it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll just be a way for me to make sure that by that date, if it hasn't been done, then at least we're moving forward towards getting that done or just retaining the case on a docket.
Sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, I have Mr. Olivares here in the courtroom also.
Good morning, Mr. Olivares, and I'm going to let Mr. Flores in right now.
Thank you, Judge, and I apologize for not being on Zoom. I was up in the district court.
No, we have this set up and it works perfectly. So this will be cause number 24-CR-93362-B State versus Hector Flores.
Yes, I'm just trying to make sure y'all can see me. Can y'all see me?
No, sir.
We
Okay.
can't.
There we
Okay.
Now we can. Great. All right, Mr. Olivares.
Yes, Judge, I believe this is the status. I thought that we were still waiting on, was it blood results or what my notes say? Mr. Sales,
We have the results.
You do?
We do.
Okay. So we need to set this for pretrial then. Mr. Olivares, I have October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Judge, I think that is far enough out that you will probably be the first person on my calendar. So let me double check though. Yes, Judge, you will be the first person. So I will be available on October 17th for this case.
Okay, and I don't, he has a driving while license suspended or invalid, that there's a warrant on 24-CR-93685-A.
Yes, Judge, my office, we were made aware of that this morning when we called to double check that. Mr. Flores had contacted our office and he's been in contact with our office. We were not aware that there was a court date I think it was last Friday when it was issued. We'd be asking that the warrant be recalled. He has plenty of contact with his attorneys. So that way he can make arrangements so we can maybe get everything resolved at the same time.
Okay. And that these cause numbers throw me off a little bit. So I'm assuming that was in my court.
Does it have a B at the end, Judge? Because I don't.
No, it has an A, but
I'm
right
checking,
now,
ma'am.
okay,
It's in
Josie's
your court.
checking. It is, okay. Then yes, we will get that done and we can email it to you. Mr. Oliva, are you here? If you want to wait, Josie can bring that down and I'll sign it and you can get a copy to forward to Mr. Flores.
Yes, Judge, I'll be around. I'll try to go speak with the county attorney's office, see if I can get a copy of the blood discovery now, so that way we can make sure we're ready on the next court date.
Great. So Mr. Flores, your next court date will be in person, the San Patricio County Courthouse basement courtroom on October 17th at 9 o'clock. And Mr. Olivares will get a copy of the order recalling that warrant. He'll forward that to you. I suggest you carry that with you for a little bit just to give the system time to update that the warrant has been recalled.
Judge,
Yes.
on the DWLS case, I can set it for arraignment if Mr. Olivares wants to file a waiver, and then we can put the pretrial on the same dates.
Yes, let's do that.
So I'll set it for 8/13 today, and then if you want to file your waiver, and then I can just move it to that 10/17 when the waiver's sent in through email or through e-file.
So on 24-CR-93685-A, which is the driving while license suspended or invalid, we're setting it for arraignment on August. What was it, Kim?
August 13th at 1:30.
August 13th at 1:30. Mr. Olivares, if you'll just file a waiver on that. And then we'll give it that pretrial setting of October 17th at 9.
Yes, Judge, we'll get that done.
All right, great. Anything further?
Nothing from us, Judge.
All right.
Thank you. Maybe excused.
Yes, you and your client are excused. Have a good weekend.
You too, Judge.
Thank you.
I have had no response from Ms. Graham.
All right, let me call the case. 24-CR-93231-B, State of Texas versus Seth Michael Adame. There is no answer from Coretta Graham or from Mr. Adame.
Mr. Olivada is just informing Judge that she is in Aransas County right now.
Okay. All right, she may pop on later and maybe she can get in touch with Mr. Adame as well.
Your Honor, I can't tell the court that Mr. Adami is set for jury trial August the 12th for, it looks like, a cruelty to animals case.
Yes, I think he killed a bird, or he's accused of killing a bird, I should say.
I believe he's in custody also.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
It's a very foul act.
Let's look at that before.
He
I don't
killed a
wanna-
chicken.
No, it wasn't a chicken. It was like a cockatoo or
parrot,
something
yeah.
like that. Chicken.
But Mr. Sales is right. It was a foul crime.
Exactly.
Stop.
But you're all,
Oh.
everyone drive home safe.
It says administrative release. Is that? He's not in jail. He was released on July 16th.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's out. Okay, well, we'll see if Miss Graham is able to join us later in the morning. That concludes our 9:30 docket. I will see you all back at 10:30.
Hey, what time at 10:17?
For who? Josie, I can still hear you.
Hey, James, are you available for Joel Thomas's cases right now? See if he may have stepped out.
I don't even see him logged on.
Oh. No,
Judge, you're on.
yeah, I was looking. James was on a minute ago. But I'm gonna send Mr. Thomas up to his office and Mr. Thomas can give James his announcements if he needs to be in district court. That'll work. Good morning, County Court at Law 2 is back in session. We have our 10:30 Zoom docket. Mr. Goff is in the courtroom as well as Mr. Sells. And let's see, Mr. Goff. Christian Pettis, I'm going to admit Christian Pettis. Cause numbers 23-CR-92957-B and 92958-B. State versus Christian James Pettis.
Judge, the case remains unindicted, the felony. I verified that this morning and I've been checking every week, so. Guess we
Alright.
just need another reset.
Okay. Our next felony status date is November 15th.
Works for me.
Is this 10:30 time okay with you, Mr. Goff?
I believe so, as long as it's okay with my client, and pretty sure it will be. I see him there, but I don't hear him. He's accommodating, so I'm pretty sure he'll be able to plan out that far.
All right. Mr. Pettis,
I'm sorry, I was trying to figure this thing out. I apologize. I'm here.
no problem. Mr. Pettis, we are going to set your next court date will be Zoom as well on November 15th at 10:30.
Yes, ma'am. For whatever reason, if we, I guess as far as the time slots, is that okay to work with like we've been doing, or is
Yes.
it 10:30 pretty much?
Now we'll set it for 10:30 right now. If Mr. Goff requests a different time, then we will change the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Good to me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pettis, for your appearance this morning, and you are excused from court. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, ma'am. Me too. Thank you.
You too.
Oh no, that's not Mr. Goff's. Mr. Goff, that's all you have as well, isn't it?
He ran off.
Okay, he excused himself. I didn't realize, I thought he had another case. All right, very good. 22-CR-90328, State versus Iratzi Cepeda Batanzos.
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. This is Mary Peterzak, and my client is also here with us on Zoom.
Good morning. What announcement do you have?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this is an unindicted case still, and the state was looking at potentially dismissing it because of the labs, but I'm unclear at the I guess the progress of that.
Mr. Sells, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, at the felony level, the lab report was returned unable to determine the THC content. But if that's going to be an issue at the misdemeanor level, we can send it to a private lab if they're contesting whether the misdemeanor marijuana was marijuana.
So is
I know the lab report was felony, they did not do it.
Okay. And do you know where I can pick up a copy of the lab report? Do y'all have a separate like discovery system in place?
The felony lab report, they should give you.
Okay.
Their lab report said that unable to determine the THC concentration at this time. I think they can do it now, but back then I don't think they could. I've emailed the district attorney's office to let them know that they're in danger of the statute of limitations passing if they don't take action on the case. So they may just dismiss it, ma'am, rather than resubmitting it. But in the misdemeanor case, we can submit it to a private lab or we can work on the case at your discretion.
So I think at this particular juncture, we're hoping for some type of resolution with the felony case before we're able to kind of proceed with the misdemeanor case.
All right, then we'll give you another Zoom status setting of November 15th.
Okay, I appreciate the information, Mr. Sales. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And will this time of 10:30 work for you?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, November 15th at 10:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. May me and my client be excused?
You may. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Good.
And we have Miss Madrigal.
Good morning,
And we're
Judge.
good morning. We're letting Mr. Boyd into the courtroom.
Okay.
Now I'm going to put his cause numbers on the record. 23-CR-92128-B, 92129-B, and 92130-B, State of Texas versus Michael Patrick Boyd. All right, Ms. Madrigal, what do you have on Mr. Boyd?
Your Honor, I checked last week and I checked this morning again just to be sure I wasn't missing anything. The cases are still pending in the district attorney's office. They've had all they tell me is they're under review. But I believe they are in the office, but they're under review.
All right, then we will set these 3 cases then for an additional felony status on November 15th.
November 15th. Do we have a time yet, Judge, or we get with Miss Kimberly?
I can, do you want this 10:30 time?
Yeah, Judge, I think that works pretty good.
Okay.
If that's available, Your Honor?
We'll set it for 10:30. If later on you need to change that time, just get with Kim and she'll take care of that for you. But for right now, we will set it for 10:30.
November 15th at 10:30. I know Mr. Boyd is on, so he'll get that date.
Mr. Boyd, your next court date will be by Zoom as well on November 15th at 10:30. Please stay in contact with Ms. Madrigal.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your appearance this morning. You both have a good weekend.
Judge, I'm standing in for Mr. Flynn. He had a contested matter.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Jesus Sanchez is not with us, but let me call that case 22-CR-90500, State versus Jesus Sanchez.
Your Honor, Melissa Madrigal standing in for Mr. Robert Flynn. Judge, his update was that he has an unfiled drug felony charge that has not been brought over to the DA's office. So it's not even pending review in the DA's yet. The police agency, the law enforcement agency still has that case.
Okay, so we will keep this on the status docket, November 15th. I'll put it at 10:30. He can change the time if he sees fit.
Yes, sure.
And
Your Honor,
yes.
I did email the district attorney's office. They do have the lab report, but they don't have, like Ms. Madrigal said, the offense report. So I let the investigator know so they can follow up, whether that's fed, whether they're working the case out. There are a number of possibilities that I don't know, but they should be able to give Ms. Madrigal an answer pretty quickly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sells. And then we have 23-CR-91882-B, State versus Paul Acovio.
Your Honor, on that matter, also standing in for Mr. Flynn, he advised that he's had no contact with Mr. Aclovio since he bonded out, and he didn't have an update for you on that case.
And we'll just to keep him from falling through the cracks, we'll give him that November 15th.
Yes, sure.
Just for an update, Your Honor, if there still is an unindicted felony theft from the same day.
Okay, thank you. And he does have an active warrant, so he may eventually show up.
Okay, Your Honor.
Right.
And I'll notify Mr. Flynn, Judge, of the November 15th date at 10:30.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day and good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Story has not gotten back to me, nor is him or his clients on.
All right, and then did Mr. Thomas make it up to you, Mr. Sells?
He did, Your Honor.
All right, let me, is it all just one client?
I believe he shares the same client with Mr. Palacios.
Okay, so Sebastian Martinez, let me put all of these cause numbers on the record. 22-CR-90120, 90119, 90112, 90111, 90110, 90109, 90054, and 90121, State versus Sebastian Martinez.
And he does have two more on page 13, but that's the 1130 docket for Mr. Palacios. I don't know if they can be handled together or not.
Okay. Mr. Palacios was just down here a minute ago. I'm assuming he may be upstairs. What did Mr. Thomas relay to you, Mr. Sill?
Unindicted felonies, Your Honor, on Mr. Martinez.
All right. Then we will give Mr. Martinez the November 15th date. And for now, we're going to set it at 10:30. Maybe Mr. Palacios will have more information on where Mr. Martinez is. (23-CR-92253-B) State versus Christine Hawkins.
Judge, she's in the courtroom here, Ms. Hawkins.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't know where Mr. Story's at, but
He's upstairs.
he's upstairs, is what his client is telling me. Stand
Good
right
morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so you have been in contact with Mr. Story and he is upstairs in another courtroom, is that correct? All right, then, if you just want to have a seat and we will wait until he is available.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Sells, that is it on our 10:30 docket. If Mr. Story shows up, then we'll just call your office so you can get on and we'll take care of that.
I can tell you, just for informational purposes, that Ms. Hawkins has been indicted and she had an arraignment date 2 days ago on her felony. For whatever that's worth. We'll wait. I did text Mr. Story about the Zoom hearing.
Okay. Very good. We will probably give this a pretrial setting. Okay, well, that's it for the 10:30. And we will wait for the 11:30. Ms. Cuevas did say she didn't know if she was going to be reached by 11:30 on John Yadrick. It's on page 11 of the docket.
We have received a lab report and I asked April to verify that the defense attorney received a copy.
Okay, so we
I
should be
suspect
ready
we
to
can
go forward. All right. Good. we will set that one for pretrial on October 17th at 9 o'clock. This is 23-CR-92028-B, State versus John Nicholas Yadrick. He's on page 11 of the docket. That will be set for pretrial on October 17th at 9 o'clock. And we'll let Ms. Cuevas know so she can get her setting notice.
And Mr. Story just told me he's still in district court.
And that one is asking if he's okay with a pretrial of October 17th at 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I have Mr. Palacios here in the courtroom with one of his clients also.
Okay,
Hi, Judge. I don't mean to interrupt.
okay, let me finish with Mr. Sells on this one case.
Okay.
And then I'll get with you on, who do you have with you, Mr. Palacios?
Alexandria Hutchinson, Judge, she had some warrants recalled and we're just wanted to come in person.
As soon as Mr. Sells relays this information to me, then we'll get to Miss
She
Hutchinson.
said yes.
Okay, then Christine Hawkins on page 8 of the docket, 23-CR-92253-B is set for pretrial on October 17th at 9 o'clock. Derek, if you will send Miss Hawkins up to the clerk's office to sign and get a copy of her setting notice, please.
Okay, she is nodding her head at me and she was on her way.
Thank you, Miss Hawkins. Have a good weekend. All right, Mr. Palacios, you have Alexandria Hutchison, 23-CR-91359-B. It's on the last page of the docket, page 13.
Yes, Judge, she was requested to be here because we had some warrants recalled a few weeks ago and I think the state wanted her present. We got done with her felony case this morning. She got a setting for August 30th, which are related to our misdemeanor. And I believe she has one other misdemeanor with Miss Chastain, where Miss Chastain represents her on. But so I just wanted to relay that to the court. We are set for announcement and jury trial August 15th, or set for announcement August 15th on this case, which is a resisting. But I guess we can do it at that time, Judge, but we're set August 30th for announcement on her felony, so we'll be asking for it to get pushed back to sometime after.
Okay, we can do that. We'll remove you said August 15th.
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll remove that. So she doesn't need a pretrial, correct?
Correct, Judge. And she's actually set for jury trial September 9th in district court.
Okay, so we'll find her an announcement after September 9th. Give me just a minute. How about October 3rd for announcement and October 7th for jury trial?
That should be fine, Judge. I'm hoping to
Okay.
resolve everything with the felony. When we work out the felony, hopefully we can knock everything out.
All right, October 3rd at 9 o'clock for announcement. Jury trial, October 7th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Sell's birthday as well. And Mr. Palacios, if you and Ms. Hutchison will go up to the clerk's office and sign the setting notice and get your copies, then we won't have to worry about sending those out. But before you do that, let's talk about Sebastian Martinez.
Judge, I represent him along with Joel Thomas. He's got pending felonies that they have not been indicted yet. Mr. Thomas checked into that today. And so that's our announcement as far as his case.
Mr. Martinez did not appear at the 10:30 docket. Have you had contact with him?
I have, Judge, and I think Mr. Thomas had mentioned 10:30 to him, but I mentioned 11:30 to him because that's when my other cases are set. So he should be on at 11:30, Judge.
Okay, we are setting his next Zoom docket on November 15th.
Okay. Will that
And
get sent?
I set Mr. Thomas's at 10:30. I'm gonna set this one at 10:30 as well, and I mean, and then that way, maybe if Mr. Thomas is available, he could announce for you.
Okay,
And we don't have two times, and Mr. Martinez doesn't have to appear at two separate times.
that sounds good to me, Judge.
All
Do you
right.
need him to appear at 11:30, Judge? Okay,
Yeah, if he'll just pop on, that'll be great.
okay. Will that set
November
into,
5th, November 15th at 10:30. And that's on 22-CR-90985 and 90986.
will that get mailed to me, Judge, or do I sign for that right now?
If you can sign for those when you go upstairs, that would be great.
Okay. I'll
And
do
then that takes care of you for the
next-
11:30 docket, I believe. Oh, no, you have Ryan. You still have some cases.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
We'll see you in a bit.
thank you. All
Thank you,
right,
Judge.
appreciate it. That concludes our 10:30 docket. Yes. I will see you all back at 11:30. Thank you. County Court at Law 2 is back in session. We have our final Zoom docket this morning, our 11:30 docket. Yeah.
Miss Eastwood is here in the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Hello, Miss Eastwood.
Hey, Your Honor, hello.
Let's see. Okay, Victor Aguilas is in the waiting room. We will bring him in. This is cause number 23-CR-91388-B, State versus Victor Arguelles.
Yes, Your Honor, as of yesterday, the DA's office said that the case is still pending indictment.
All right. Mr. Sales, do you have any further information?
No, Your Honor.
Then we will put this on an additional Zoom docket of November 15th at 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Aguilas?
Yes.
Your felony is still pending, so your next court setting for this case will be on November 15th at 11:30. It will also be by Zoom.
November 15th, 11.
You'll receive a
11:30.
setting notice from your attorney, Miss Eastwood. Please stay in contact with her. November 15th at 11:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Twenty-three CR 91803 B, State versus Rabiella Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor, it is still pending indictment as of yesterday. All of my cases are all still pending indictment.
Okay, and Ms. Garcia does have an active warrant. I also have Abel Cavada's name listed. Who is representing Ms. Garcia?
I don't know, Your Honor. I wasn't aware of Mr. Cavada, but he does turn up on cases, so.
Let me see if there's something in Odyssey that would give me the answer. Give me just a second.
It's because he bonded her out.
Okay. Okay. All right, then have you had contact with her, Miss Eastwood?
I did not bring the entire file with me, but I've had contact with her in the past. And I did give her notice of the hearing for today.
All right, I want to do an in-person, then we can still put her, if she appears, then we'll lift that warrant and we'll put her back on the Zoom docket if that's what's needed. But if you have had contact with her, then I'd like to do an in-person status. And that would be October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you have Aubrey Cepeda, 23-CR-92426-B.
Yes, it is still pending indictment as of yesterday with the DA's office. And I did give her notice of today's setting.
Okay. She is not in the waiting room.
She's been in contact with me in the past.
When you're finished with these cases, if you want to give her a call, and if she pops on, we won't have her name called.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Additional Zoom on November 15th at 11:30. 23-CR 92983-B State versus Danielle Romero.
It's still pending indictment, and I did give notice of today's setting.
Okay, she is not in the waiting room.
If I may, on that case,
Yes, sir.
the felony case, they do show a lab report of 240 grams of meth, but they do not have an offense report. So this may be a case that's going to another jurisdiction. I've emailed the DA's office just to notify them. So it may or may not be something they're pursuing. But that might be a follow-up with them, Ms. Eastwood.
Yes, they did not indicate it was being adopted federally yet, but
All right, we're gonna set her for felony status on November 15th at 11:30. She needs to pop on or there will be a warrant.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Renee Gonzalez, he
No.
is here. He's connecting right now. 20-CR-86160 and 86161 State versus Renee Gonzalez.
It is still pending indictment. We are somewhat hopeful they may not take the case. This involved the unfortunate incidents involving the Taft police chief. So we're not certain whether they'll want to take the case or not.
Okay.
But right now, they have not indicated they aren't taking the case.
All right, Mr. Sells.
I don't have any knowledge of that, Your Honor.
He does have, I'm sorry, and then he does have a newer case, 23-CR-92466-B that I would assume is unrelated to the DWI and the driving while licenses.
All I have are unindicted felonies. So if those are what's keeping us up, I can check with the DA's office about that.
Okay. Well, we'll put these on the felony status of 11:15. I will say, and Ms. Eastwood, I said this to another attorney whose client had a DWI and a driving while license suspended or invalid. I understand pending a felony, but I'm not sure that prevents someone from trying to get their driver's license in order. And if Mr. Gonzalez, will you turn on your video, please?
It is on, ma'am. I'm having trouble.
Okay.
Okay, so it says your host asked you to start. So what do I hit? The little man?
I don't know what icons on
It
mine.
says-
It's a camera, so I don't know. I don't see.
It says allow Zoom Workplace to access your camera from device settings, privacy, and camera. And I don't want to lose you guys.
Okay. All right. So
I didn't get to hear anything that started, man, because it was muted. That's why I didn't get to hear anything that was discussed.
okay, well, I will let Miss Eastwood catch you up on that then, but essentially your felony remains unindicted. And there is the driving while license suspended or invalid. And I don't think someone working towards getting their driver's license affects a felony case at all. So maybe that's something while these cases are pending, Mr. Gonzalez could work on.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So all three cases then are set for an additional felony status docket, which will be by Zoom on November 15th at 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your appearance this morning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You are free to log off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Eastwood, that takes care of your cases.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to reach out to the individuals that did not show.
Okay, and if you will go upstairs and sign those setting notices as well, and get your copies.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll do.
Yeah. All right, have a good weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, I see Tyler Flood, the attorney, in the waiting room, and Belinda Moore as well.
It's loading on all our ends.
Okay. All right, the court is calling cause numbers 23-CR-92303-B and 92304-B, State of Texas versus Belinda Moore. Good morning, Mr. Flood.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. What do you have to inform the court concerning Ms. Moore's cases?
Judge, we are still waiting on the blood discovery from the Texas DPS Westlaco Crime Lab. I think I was there in person back in January, and I discussed with Mr. Sales discovery order, and I think he had COVID at the time. I can't remember, but he said he would look at it, and that would, if I remember correctly, he would tell me what if he had an issue with any of the items that I have requested. But I only requested items that DPS lab give to us all over the state, basically. And then I asked him how we would have the court sign this if I wasn't there. And he said that he could, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sells, but he said it wouldn't be an issue. He thought to present it to the court for a signature, and he could send it to me by email, or I could obtain it by email. And then when I received it, then I would send it to the lab, which is what we do as standard practice. I take it as our burden to send it to the lab, and then they take about 60 days to get us their discovery. And I'm merely just going on under transportation code 724.018, which just states that we're entitled to full information regarding any specimen from the analysis. So that's all I'm trying to get done at this point, and I think that discovery would be complete after we receive that from the lab.
We do have, or you should have, the lab results.
We've got the lab report with the number, right?
Okay, so we're ready for an in-person setting, a pretrial?
Yes.
All right. All right, so I'm going to set this for pretrial on October 17th at 9 o'clock.
You said 10/17?
Yes.
Okay.
And we will send out a setting notice for that. And Mr. Sells, do you have any objection to me signing this discovery order prior to that pretrial setting on the 17th?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No,
And I will get that file and get that discovery order signed.
Okay. And then how can I email Kim for a copy of it or something?
I think you would contact the clerk's office.
Okay. Okay, and we can get a copy of that after today then?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, my associates here, she just wanted to, Savannah Luna, she just wanted to make sure I asked, what are you expecting to have in place before that in-person hearing? All motions filed 8 days in advance? Or?
If you have anything that you wish to be heard, on that pretrial setting, then it would need to be filed and you be ready for, and if there is a contested issue, then I would prefer after it gets filed that you notify my office so that we can give you a contested setting. Because on these pretrial dates, we really don't have time for a contested hearing.
Okay, so if nothing is contested, we just show up on that date and just announce that everything is fine and we're ready to go?
Yes,
Or resolve it or whatever we're gonna do?
yes.
Okay,
And if you don't think, if this is a case that you already know, or if you know by that time that you want to put it on a trial docket, then you can file a waiver of the pretrial. And then we will excuse you and your client's presence that day, and we'll give you an announcement and a trial setting.
okay. Great.
Does that answer your questions concerning our procedure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Then I will get that discovery order signed. You can get a copy of that from the clerk's office. And your next setting, you'll receive your setting notice for October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much, Judge. Thanks, Mr. Sales.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flood and Ms. Moore. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you.
All right. We have Mr. Zapata. Yes.
I'm here, Judge.
Good morning, Richard.
Morning, Judge.
23-CR-92649-B State versus Miguel Santiago. And just for the record, Mr. Santiago is Spanish speaking. We do not have an interpreter. Mr. Sales, are you okay with Mr. Santiago not being present for Mr. Zapata to give us a status update?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Zapata, what information do you have concerning Mr. Santiago?
I did text him the information, Judge, including the easy access Zoom thing that you all sent out. I spoke with him last week and he understood, but I mean, I have issues
Concerning
with technology.
his case, Mr. Zapata, what is the status of his case?
Well, I think we were waiting for a lab report from the state, was waiting for something.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'd be ready.
Yes.
We're still waiting on labs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we will set this for an additional felony status on October 15th. Mr. Zapata, does this 11:30 time work best for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 11:30.
Judge, you meant 11:15, right? I thought I heard you.
What did I say? Did I say October? I wrote 11:15. Mr. Zapata, I apologize. November 15th.
No, November. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, my bad. Yes, thank you, Kim. November 15th at 11:30.
Okay.
And that's all you have, Mr. Zapata?
Yes, Your Honor, this morning.
All
Thank
right.
you. May I be
Have a
excused?
good weekend. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Bye. All right, Mr. Palacios. And the first one I have is Cecil Hernandez. Okay, the court is calling cause numbers 23-CR-92864-B and 92424-B State versus Cecil Hernandez. Mr. Palacios.
Judge, his felony
has been dismissed. So if we can set Mr. Hernandez for a pretrial conference, we're hoping to work his cases out soon.
Okay. I have October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, and if we work out something sooner, Judge, can we set him for a plea sooner?
Yes, if you work something out, talk to Kim and she'll give you a date for a plea.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, as of now, your next court date is October 17th at 9 o'clock. That will be in person at the San Patricio County Courthouse. If Mr. Palacios is able to work this case out and he requests a different court date, he will inform you of that.
Is that a plea or a pretrial?
Right now, it's a pretrial.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
All right.
Amelia Aparicio, she's being admitted into the courtroom right now. This is cause number 22-CR-90806.
Judge, status on her felonies is, they're still pending indictment, Judge.
All right, then. We will set her case for a felony status on November 15th. You want this 11:30 time, correct?
Yes, Judge, that'll be fine.
Okay, 11:30.
Unless this is the same as Sebastian Martinez, Judge.
Did we put his at 10:30?
I believe we did. Trying to find his.
We did. We put him at 10:30, so I'll move this one to 10:30 as well.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I'll receive this via email, this setting, Judge?
You will.
Okay.
And Mr. Martinez, okay, but I've got Ryan Castro. All right, Miss Aparicio, your next court date is November 15th at 10:30. I don't know where she went. She disappeared.
I think she left.
Okay. She logged off. All right, and we have Ryan Castro. Did I see him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 23-CR-91438-B and 91439-B, State versus Ryan Castro.
Judge, his felony case is still pending as well, according to the DA's office.
Okay, then we will put Mr. Castro on another felony status docket November 15th at 10:30. Mr. Castro, your next court appearance will be by Zoom as well. November 15th at 10:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Palacios.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. Have a good weekend.
Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Martinez is present. Or he was. Is he in the courtroom now? Yes, he is in the courtroom. 22-CR-90985 and 90986. I'm not going to put on the record all the cause numbers that Mr. Thomas is handling. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Thomas appeared earlier today on your behalf for the cases you have with him. Mr. Palacios is here. You still have pending felonies, I believe. And so we have set you for an additional felony status by Zoom on November 15th at 10:30. Please stay in contact with your attorneys and we will see you back by Zoom on November 15th at 10:30.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thanks. All right, that concludes this morning's Zoom docket. Thank you all for your appearance and participation.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you as well. Mr. Sells, have a good weekend, sir. Josie, have a good weekend.